sorted, Teddy. Teddy, we good, mate? Where's the food's gone? Here we go. Very, very good afternoon, good evening, good morning, good day, wherever you're watching from in the world. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. Here we are, back at Ted HQ. Hope we're all good and well. It's food time. to the Ted Coningsby channel live. Back once again. Ted HQ, RAF Coningsby, Typhoons. Look at them. Looking good. Supercruise it quite comfortably. Oh, look at this, it's our mate. Now, look at that, 777, ain't no Boeing 777. It's a little tiddly 777. It's a boing. Look at this. Look at it. Beautiful. I've seen that one before actually. It's pretty cool. Look at it. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel, ladies, gents, teddy bears. If you just joined us, do support the channel, give us a thumbs up, give us a like. Look at this. Between, it's almost got the front end of a Hurricane there, and then an RV4. Yeah, look at it. Ladies, gents, teddy bears, if you just joined us, don't forget to hit that like button, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Do support the channel, do give us a thumbs up and a like. It does help with YouTube's algorithmics. Oh yes, I love that word, it's such a delicious word. So it's a homemade, it's almost like a kit plane, literally a kit plane, an RV7, powered by a Lycoming 360 A1B6, a fuel injected engine, ranges from 145 to 225 horsepower on these RV7s. Look at it all. It looks delightful. Look at it, its own look. And then he gave it a right run across the runway. That's how you do it. We've seen this before. Steve Sedman, how you doing, man? Hope you're good. Sorry if that just moved. I don't recommend headbutting the tripod there. It's not good. Oh yeah, another start up over there. Very warm welcome to our viewers today. We've got Tim Gooch, Dieter, Margot Baxter and Cox. We've got Paul Fairclough, Aspen, Davey, Remco DeVray, Alan Burden, Bat and Purple. We've got an Andy, F5I5F. Award Ace, how you doing? Oi to you. Thanks a lot to It's Molly as well for that lovely super chat. Thank you very much. What's going on? Penk for Huel. Steve Sedman, how you doing? Congratulations. You are one of the longest serving members on here with 43 months. Dave Holloway, how you doing? It is a funky little plane. Yeah, absolutely that was. It's a bit of an aerobatic. The Team Raven use, I think they use an R4 Team Raven, if not one of these, but pretty sure they use the R4 or RV for the Team Raven aerobatics team, who we look forward to hopefully seeing this year. They are doing quite a few tours abroad. Lincolnshire's bomber county once again. Well, we have the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight that arrived in '76. And in the infantry, they have the PA474 Lancaster, which is having a major service at the moment. So should be back towards the end of next year. But that's just my guess. If not, 2028. Welcome to RAF Coningsby, that received its very first Typhoon on the 19th of May 2005. Number 17 Squadron arrived with the Typhoon here at Coningsby. With the very original Tranche 1 F2s. Of course, with the Typhoon being multi-role, they did change that, and we do now have Tranche 2 and 3 playing the multi-role aircraft, an aircraft that was a designed format on the end of the first Cold War, shall we say, at the end, the late 60s into the 70s. Even British Aerospace developing the EAP as well, for those that know the experimental aircraft program. The EAP looked quite similar to the Typhoon. That was in 1982. And as that got towards the mid-90s, the DA1 and the development aircraft, the DAs, were built with varying equipment, fits and flight test rolls as well. The DA1 was the prototype from Germany. The UK had the DA2, Italy had a DA3, United Kingdom had the DA4. The DA5 was from Germany, this time with radar and avionics being developed, upgraded to the Tranche 2 and omitting the IRST Pirate. DA6 belonged to Spain and DA7 belonged to Italy. Block 8 of the Tranche 2. If you don't know what this means, it's the original airframes. Tranche 1 was initially a interceptor. That was its role, but of course those days are over and the doors open to swing roll or multi-roll. The Tranche 1 started life as being an initial operational capability, like a basic air defense capability, so literally an interceptor. Blocks 1, Block 2 and Block 5, they all had different capabilities. We're starting with Block 1 being air-to-ground capable, Block 2 air-to-air capable, and Block 5 introducing full operational capability. And the Tranche 2, new hardware, new mission computer and the Eurofighter Pirate system. Various blocks adding different things. And of course the latest and greatest that we have here, the Tranche 3. There are no longer any tranche ones here in the Royal Air Force, I believe. But there is one that looks like, or at least serial number wise, that does look like it's got a tranche one, but it's not. The ZJ serial numbers were pretty much all tranche one, pretty much, except for the one that survived it, ZJ950, which is here. It actually was right on the cusp of deleting that sort of pattern. So it is actually a tranche 2, even though it's got a ZJ. And of course that changed the F2 to an FGR4. What does all this mean? The F2 means a fighter, 2 meaning the marked. So because we have a Mark T3 here, so a Mark 3, which T for trainer. The tranche 2 and 3 are FGR4s, which stands for Fighter Ground Attack and Reconnaissance Mark 4. So they just go up in numbers in their marks. A bit like the Harrier, it went up in numbers from 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. It's just eccentric. We're all warm wherever you are. It's a complete change this week weather-wise. It's not the best. Looks like we've got showers pretty much all week this week. But of course that does depend where you are in the UK. Just every day somewhere in the UK has scatty showers everywhere. So we'll have to try and dodge the rain. I'll do my best tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm heading to Suffolk tomorrow, so that shouldn't be too bad. Keep warm wherever you are in the world as well, or if you're too hot, keep cool. How you doing? All right? Thank you very much. You okay? Yeah. Where have you come from?
The Isle of Wight.
Have you?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
We're on holiday.
Oh, nice one. Oh, cool.
I wonder if you're going to be here today.
Yeah. It was the only place I could find that was okay weather-wise.
Yeah, it's markedly better.
Yeah, it's a little bit better. So, yeah, just got to dodge the weather this week. You here all week or?
Yeah, we're going to try and go to the lake in Heath, maybe Wednesday or something.
Yeah. Nice. You never know. See what you can get, right?
Yeah.
Cool.
It's a bit of a novelty for us. We get nothing like that down our way. mate.
Yeah. Well, nice. Enjoy. At least you'll get something here today. So.
You've been out to Fairford much or not?
No, I haven't since it all. Yeah, not yet.
I love them. Because we hear them.
Yeah, they'll come right over, won't they?
On the track, we can't track them, but they have to follow the sea with the bombs, don't they? They can't go over the land. So they're not allowed to fly over other countries. So they go out west, and you can tell.
Nice. Cool.
West country.
Nice one. Well, enjoy your holiday. Clark, you're welcome. Hope you're good. Yeah, I'll brave it. Don't you worry about that. Don't you worry. We'll give you a little tour. This is a tranche-free airframe, and you can tell by, well, they were planning to add conformal fuel tanks to the Typhoon. I don't recall ever seeing one in real life, even by static standards, but I don't know if you can see the strobe on the spine there. Just to it sort of 5 o'clock, there's a little bump, and there's one either side on the top of the fuselage. That's where you can connect the conformal fuel tanks. I'm guessing that's where the fuel is fed, but I don't think that went ahead. But, oh well. So again, this is another tranche-free Typhoon. go and get my Van Gogh heat map. It is that bad out. It's I didn't expect it to be that bad really, but it is. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. Thanks all of you for tuning in. Oh yes, another 3 Typhoons ready to roll. always good to see that, always good. The Typhoon does have Supercruise capability, which means it can go supersonic without the need of reheats. Benefits for that, for those wondering all the fuss is about Supercruises. Well, one, it's economical, and two, you're going to hide your IR. You're going to hide that heat signature that is given out. But the good thing is, meaning that you can save fuel while initiating all sorts of combat roles as well. The Typhoon weighs very little, at just over 24,000 pounds. The engine of the EJ200 engine produces 20,200 pounds of thrust, and the Typhoon has two. Max weight around 50,000 pounds of max takeoff weight. It does have a 1.2 to 1 thrust to weight ratio, which means that even from brakes release, in 8 seconds from releasing those brakes on takeoff, you can actually pull up and climb vertically. That is the difference. You can pull up into a 50 degree, 60 degree and vertical climb. But the thing that the Typhoon can do, it can vertically climb. That's the thing. And then 22 seconds after that, after pulling up, it's basically 30 seconds, it can go supersonic. How cool is that? Oh yeah. So this is a Embraer ERJ145 of BAE Systems. Off she goes. Call signs that it has is MOG or Felix. It's been MOG lately. The connection with cats and felines is the fact that this is what's called corporate air travel, so abbreviation is CAT. So there you go, CAT, Felix, MOG, that kind of thing. Pretty cool, huh? And it'll go to Lossy. It does go to BAE at Walton Aerodrome. A delight to see. She's a great looking aircraft, and we may have some blue skies eventually. I'm going to go and get my heat map. It is absolutely freezing today. It really is. It's horrible northerly winds, which is very, very cool indeed. It's almost like being in a going to take some call, actually. I think. Is that the call that I'm waiting sun is trying to come out. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're all good and well. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. It's a little bit on the cold side today. Whew. Oh, hopefully the sun comes out and just warms it up. I was expecting the sort of early part of the stream to be a little bit cooler than normal, but hopefully it's getting there now. Oh, the sun's coming out. Yay, bad Teds.
Hello.
Hello there, how are you?
I'm okay, are you?
Yes, good, thank you.
Good. Do we know what's more's due today?
We never know.
Right.
It's military, so you just turn up and just hope for the best.
Right, okay. Do you know how long roughly they're out for?
Couldn't tell you.
Whenever you
No,
feel like.
no, can't tell you. Sorry about that. Yeah, that's it. That is all we do. All right. Okay, no worries. Just gonna go and grab a quick cup of tea. Do excuse me just for 1 sec while I just gonna have a quick cup of tea as it's absolutely freezing, but it is warming up. I thought I'll give my got a little chance to warm up there, and then I'll give you some good times. it's lovely and warm. Sun's coming out, yay! Oh, that's nice. Yes, start to warm up now. Oh, the wind comes along. Right, let's get back on the show. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're all good, and I hope you're warm wherever you're watching. It's got a bit of a northerly chill today. Cool. People watching from Seoul 69 New Zealand. Who's watching from New Zealand? Nice one. It's nice and warm. Oh, somewhere I've always wanted to go as well, actually. I'd love to go to New Zealand. Right, I've got a lady's name here. I believe is it Ellie Lida, or is it the city of Ely Lida? Let me know how to pronounce that. How you doing? It's freezing here in Aussie land. Oh, as it's Aussie land, I'm going to go with Ellie Lida. Back to Purple, how you doing? Margot, how you doing? I think I can hear startups over there. Yeah, we've got some more startups. Bring it on. And Cox, how you doing? Hope we're all good. Cool. Margot watching from the Lothians. Davey.
What's all that about?
Huh?
What was all that about?
Oh, it's all good. Oh, okay, cool. Ely is fine, but you're bang on. Well, thank you very much. Hope we're all good and well. Welcome to the show, everyone. Very brisk here in Northumberland, says Davey. Davey and I were on a mission yesterday to... actually, I might be showing you this tomorrow. Now, you all know when I go to Lakenheath that I am trying to establish what the 495th Fighter Bombardment Squadron, that's right, in 1943, the roots and the lineage of the 495th Fighter Squadron of today's RAF Lakenheath's 48 Fighter Wing. And it's, if you've ever seen the sign for the 48th Fighter Bombardment Group in 1943, you will see that it looks like a piece of computer graphics from a Commodore 64 or even a Commodore VIC-20. But we'll go with Commodore 64. It really does. It's the challenge. But I've been able to establish the 492nd, 493rd and the 494th, no problem. What we did find, however, the 495th, with all the pixels aside, at 1 minute it did, I originally thought it may be an aardvark, but the kind of a few pixelated feathers gave it away. So we were thinking bird, and tomorrow I'm going to show you my artist impression or recreation. It's really, really extremely difficult. This has been on my case, or I've been on the case for months and months and months. And coincidentally, Davey messaged me and said about some, searches that he's been doing. And I coincidentally was thinking about that because I did say, and I've always said I've been trying to get to the bottom of it. So, been inspired by Davey's message. We tried and tried and tried. And what I did, I actually looked at, because we thought maybe it could be a vulture, but the vultures between, the insignias for squadrons always had the neck sort of dipping, like a classic vulture, and really hunched wings. It could be, I mean, we're not going to rule it out, but the depiction during that time period of the United States Army Air Force to depict a vulture, the neck was, because that's the best way you can do it. Have a look at other squadron, not only that, look at army of regiments during the Army, United States Army, and of course the United States Army Air Force. What you want to do, you want to have a look at what was around at the time. And vulture, I've ruled it out only to the fact that other vulture squadrons, the nickname I guess, or at least depicting a vulture, had a very distinctive way of drawing the neck. All right, a classic vulture neck. But yeah, so it could be an eagle. It could be a raven. So I've called them eagles stroke ravens for now. All right, for now. I'm not saying this is correct. This is just my Nikos's impression. I'll show you that tomorrow, hopefully, if not Friday. But it's something I've been on the case. Oi, Gaza, how you doing? Dr. Edgy, how you doing as well? Oi to you. Yeah, I mean, I had a Commodore 64. In fact, my first computer was a Commodore VIC-20. And I did have, Margot, calm down, I had a game called Tornado. Goodness me. Right. I mean, what we lived with, what we went through. Thanks for the weather report. Yes, the Commodore VIC-20 game Tornado was very, very cool. Right, just get Ted on the case just quickly, because I'll tell you what, I'm going to give you a little. I'll tell you something funny. I've mentioned it once a long time ago, because I find I find things like this extremely funny, I really do, and I'm going to tell you something quite hilarious actually. First of all, without further ado, here's our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. We had a bit of a funny morning this morning. You know when you need to get things sorted over the phone, you know, insurance, MOT, tyres, servicing. A lot of this stuff is done over the weekdays. It's very, you know, basically weekdays I'm doing this, and luckily the call that I needed rang after the departures. That was quite good timing. But the thing is, trying to arrange all this stuff while streaming, it's extremely difficult to sort out. Like even plumbing, I've had to sort out some plumbing. I did have a flood a couple of months back, which wasn't very nice. But yeah, I mean, these things have to be done around. You know what it's like. I don't know who's listening, but there are many of you tuned in, and we've all been there. It's like you've got to make time around work so you can fit in, you know, things that do affect your everyday life, like, you know, a leak through the ceiling, a flood, you know, in the pipes in the house, that kind of thing. These things are not nice, and sometimes you just have to take a day off work or try to tiptoe around work and try to, you know, like a balancing act. And yeah, I've of course, just without the van we couldn't do, well, we could probably do Holbeach, but or the Lake District or Map Loop, but again, you've got to keep the van serviceable, you've got to keep it roadworthy and legal as well, and things like that. I'm just doing some preparation work for the upcoming MOT, because we need it, because we use our van every day, and some of the things, oh yeah, you got to wait till, you know, offices are closed over the weekend, so I won't bore you with all my boring parts of life there. But anyway, so Steve Evans, a Guards March to you. Thank you very much. Another long serving member, Steve Evans, just like Steve Sedman, 43 months of membership, 43 months of TCS goodness. Thanks a lot, Steve Evans. Thank you so much for being a member for that long. Babsart, high five, and a paw pump for gifting 5 Ted Coningsby memberships. Thank you so much for that. A Guards March to you. And Cox, thank you very much for your super chat. Looks nice today, Nikos. Sunshine. Have a fabulous day. My 63rd birthday. Well, Ted's going to give you a Guards March birthday. Happy birthday to Anne. Happy birthday to Anne. Happy birthday to a member. I don't know, just made that. Happy birthday to Anne. Happy birthday. Happy 63rd birthday. A 6 and a 3. Look at that. Beautiful. Mark AH, thank you very much for 25 months membership. Oi, thanks to Nikos, Claire, Ted for all you do. Thanks a lot, Guards March. It's Molly, a high five. Thank you so much for gifting, for your wonderful super chat. Big thanks, and thank you very much. It's Molly. Thank you very much for your super. And here he is. Speaking of which, Steve Sedman, here he is, Guards March for 43 months membership. Oi, still watching, still lurking. Thank you very much. Ed Butcher, member for 39 months. Bring on 40. High five, Ted. High five to you. A Guards March to Anne Cox as well for the super. Margot, thanks a lot for the super as well. And another Guards March for Margot for another super. Anne Cox, thank you very much. Anne Cox, thank you very much for the super. Nice, thank you. Who's put lots of food for all the bears. They might be on later, actually. I'll try and see if they're around. Richie B840, congratulations on 2 years membership. Proud to be a part of this amazing community. Thank you so much for that. Thank you very much. Down. There is, I think there could be a departure very shortly. At least we got to see some reheats today. Who remembers the Commodore Vic 20? Oh yeah, we do have a departure. Yeah, did anyone ever own a Commodore Vic 20? Because as a youngster, I was fascinated by 2 games. One, the Tornado, which was amazing, but I was fascinated, and I've mentioned this before, but I think, you know, I know we were limited back then, but goodness me. I'm going to tell you a little story about Kickstart and Kickstart 2. I know. Sorry, I beg your pardon. Kickstart was on my Commodore 64. Sorry. Or was it on the VIC-20? Do you know what? I'll tell you about that in 1 second. Here we go. That was the theme tune, wasn't it, to Kickstart? There was something that fascinated me when I was a youngster. I was 4 or 5 years old when that was in my possession, that game, and it kind of changed my life, that game, because I didn't really, you know. I believe there was a program, wasn't there? There was actually genuinely a, like, you know, one of those dirt bike motocross, you know, those British motocross BMX and dirt bike style. I think there generally was a thing on TV, wasn't there, when we were little? It was a motorcycle trials game. It was classed as an off-road simulator, believe it or not. And I love this, because I'm going to tell you something a little bit funny that always, I mean, it still makes me smile today, just thinking about it. Commodore VIC-20. I had the game Blitz. Does anyone remember the game Blitz on the Commodore VIC-20? That was cool. I used to love that as well. Gosh, I must have been about 4 years old. Blitz, that was good. Blitz, and yeah, that was a good game. I love Blitz. see the 4 aircraft data pitos in there. Look at that. This is markings of 11 fighter squadron. Here we go. A 4.5 generation fighter jet, and although not naturally a stealth fighter, it does have a very low radar cross section at just over half a meter, which is impressive, and that's to do with the 85% of non-metal on its airframe. It does have radar absorbing material as well, just to let you know. It does have the S-duct system for the intakes as well. And of course we are just, I'm just going to turn this round. I'm not looking like I normally do, I'm afraid, but you can see the, look at the state of this. It is terrible, it is that bad. The hair looking a bit like, you know, don't know what hair's this now. But we do have another departure by the sound of it, or at least there's an aircraft running. You just see there Steve's Burger Van there, the legend. Don't forget to treat yourself to breakfast, brunch and lunch. Keep warm, tea, coffees, hot chocolate, that kind of thing. We are in the official Spotters car park, and welcome. And what I wanted to say, my name's Nikos, I'm your cameraman, historian and commentator. I don't know if we're going to do a full day today, but I wanted to bring up something that really did make me smile. And they say nostalgia is really good for you. There is a Typhoon coming into land, but the Commodore, the game I had was Kickstart, and I remember being 4 years old, right? And I know colours and sound effects were limited, okay, and these sound effects stick with me for the rest of your life. Do you remember Altered Beast, by the way? That was a good game. But anyway, that's another story. But Blitz was cool on the Commodore VIC-20. Now, if you remember Kickstart, the little motorcycle trials game, which was actually on the BBC as well, I will never forget, and it's haunted me in some ways, but also makes me smile in another, when the motorcyclist fell off. Who remembers that sound effect? So you're on the little, you're going over the little brick wall, and then suddenly the motorcyclist goes flying. It goes ooh, like that. Do you remember that? Who in the right mind thought that was a sound effect for someone falling off a bike? I don't know. But then thinking about it, that probably is a lot more, I don't know, it sounds friendly in some ways, you know. Who in the right mind said, yeah, that is the sound effect we are going for to depict a human being falling off a bike? But as a kid, I thought that is the sound effect that people make when they fell off bikes. And one day I fell off the bike, and I certainly didn't make that sound. I made a lot more of a like I was in pain. Anyway, I believe we've got a Typhoon coming in, or something's going in, because the lights are on. Whew. There's our AWCU. Oh. Okay, here we go. So, Typhoon just coming into land. Another tiny little fun fact, the Tranche 1 had very different LEDs, or LED landing lights, the alignment, and they were, and we can maybe able to see, they were either horizontal or vertical. We might be able to see. These look horizontal, don't they? They look horizontally aligned, definitely, I think. Definitely, I think. That really makes sense, Nicholas. Yep, I'd say they're horizontal. I believe landing lights are to scare birds away, and that makes sense. If they were vertically aligned, then it's not going to look like a bird. So having them horizontally aligned, I don't know how many LEDs are on. It looks like 2 or 3. It looks like 2 on each gear. So to have them horizontally aligned could look like two different birds in it, and then one giant one. For those wondering, it is said that that's why they have the landing lights on takeoff and landing, and also on a visual safety aspect of it. Oh yeah, and then obviously after the Commodore experience of sticking a game in the cassette tape, do you remember that? It used to take like a good hour to load a game. Do you remember that? 1 hour nearly, or 45 minutes to load a game, and then on the last second it would crash. Do you remember that? Who remembers those days, eh? You put a tape in. And then I remember having a Master System. That was like the latest and greatest that come out, the Master System. And when the Sega Mega Drive come out with Sonic the Hedgehog and crew, my favourite ever game, and I know if Argon is listening, he'd love this. My favourite game was EA Hockey and NHLPA Hockey. Those games, and that made me fall in love with the wonderful sport of ice hockey. I know, and I used to get to know all the names like Larinov, Gretzky, and other fabulous ice hockey players, I guess. I mean, I didn't know that, you know, it was pretty amazing that they were actually real. Two more Typhoons, 2 more to leave the floor. And so yeah, I love the way we're talking about, and this is how fun conversations can be, right? So we're talking about, you know, 1943 Fighter Bomb Squadron insignia, and then we're going on to Commodore VIC-20s and Kickstart 2. I mean, that's how it is. That's how it is. Having some fun. And they do say that nostalgia does make you feel good. It's actually a feel-good factor. Very rare to see a clean Typhoon with no drop tanks or anything like that. Typhoon squadrons here at Coningsby. And speaking of when I mentioned them very briefly, number 17 squadron, who brought the first Typhoon to Coningsby. In fact, they received the Typhoon at Warton Aerodrome, home of BAE Systems, in 2003. And during that time, 29 squadron also chosen to 29 reserve at the time were chosen to become the operational conversion unit. The 17 are still operational today. They're actually operating in America at Edwards Air Force Base, and they are the test and evaluation squadron for the F-35B over there. So we have 29 squadron, the operational conversion unit. We also have so for those who don't know, operational conversion units, that's where you go to after you've passed your fast jet training, your advanced flying training at RAF Valley. The last aircraft you would have flown was the Hawk T2. You will come here if you are streamed to the Typhoon. So you choose your career if you are streamed to fast jet and the Typhoon, you come here with number 29. If it's the F-35B, then you go to 207 Squadron, which is the OCU for the F-35B at RAF Marham. We also have a test and evaluation squadron for the Typhoon, XL1 Squadron. That's right, they do choose the Roman numerals officially, but they are 41 Squadron, a test and evaluation squadron. What do? Well, they test and evaluate the latest and greatest ordnance software, tactics, as well as trying new things out and reporting back. And that's 41 Squadron. Even taking off from taxiways, that kind of thing. Also got 2 combat-ready fighter squadrons here. Number 3 fighter. Number 11 fighter, the world's oldest dedicated fighter squadron, who formed in 1915. Now, number 3 squadron is our oldest squadron here. Formed in 1911, started actually life as number 2 aeroplane company with the Royal Engineers, and that's way before the foundation of the Royal Air Force, anything before the 1st of April 1918 to be exact. And last but not least, our 5th squadron here, we have number 12 squadron, the latest and greatest squadron, stood up in 2018, number 12 squadron, the legendary squadron that once served squadron leader Jack Curry at Wickenby, and they're a joint Qatari Emiri Air Force and Royal Air Force Squadron. They have their own RAF Valley at RAF Leeming, the Qatari Emiri Air Force, serving under number 11 Squadron of the Qatari Emiri Air Force, trained by our Royal Air Force qualified flying instructors over there. Once they have passed their advanced flying training, they too come to 29 Squadron and then eventually go to number 12 perhaps, or a squadron of frontline nature in Qatar. There are another 5 Typhoon units. There are 4 at Lossiemouth, number 1 fighter, number 6, number 9, and also number 2 AC Squadron. And the 5th is all the way at Port Stanley, sorry, at Mount Pleasant. Yes, because I'm thinking of the Falklands, but it is in Falklands. RAF Mount Pleasant with 1435 flights, 4 Typhoons over there. And that is actually the 3rd QRA station. This is number 2. Number 1 is at RAF Lossiemouth. So we did have a Typhoon T1, the original trainer aircraft, then the F2, and then a T3, which is this, and then of course the Mark IV, and if we get another one it will have, I would have thought, the number 5 after it. That'd be cool, wouldn't it? An FGR5. That would be awesome, wouldn't it? Can you imagine that? Oh yeah. That would be pretty cool. GR5 or a GR5, a ground reconnaissance, ground attack reconnaissance, but this plays the swing role, this does everything. Now, had this come out at the same time as the F-16, I wonder if customers around the world would have been different at that time, because of course the F-16 was the answer to the gaps of the Phantom, the F-4 McDonnell Douglas Phantom during the time of the Vietnam War. The F-16 was the answer, the world's first fly-by-wire as well fighter jet, which solved all the problems. Better turn rate, better combat survivability on the F-16. But had the Typhoon come out in that era, I wonder how things would have been different of customers around the world who operate the Typhoon. Called that because you can drop them in scenarios, especially in aerial combat. They do hold basically an external fuel tank, basically. In certain emergency scenarios, drop tanks again can be jettisoned. Aerial combat is another one, and also if you are under attack by SAMs of heat seeking, you will probably want to remove your drop tanks to make you a little bit more maneuverable and a little bit faster or quicker, or both. if you see movies, I can't remember which movie it was, but it's been a few, where they get I think Hollywood have a lot to answer for. They seem to like lights in the cockpit. Lights in the cockpit are actually not a good thing, by the way. One, they indicate a problem, and Hollywood seem to love having lights on cockpit. I don't know why, their fascination, but there's that. And then during like aircraft under attack, I mean, it's the classic one, the Top Gun. That's a classic, isn't it? The Maverick. I don't want to spoil it, but the old GPS thing with the F-35. Well, the F-35s go low level and seem to have no problem. We'll leave it at that. Even in World War II, you know, but they got to make it a good movie. They got to make it, you know, close contact. They got to make it interesting, you know. Well, yeah, but still, they're good movies. They are fun to watch. Well, are you going back out? A little wider shot. Let's get it going across there. Let's have a little wide shot, look. Don't be scared, the gear is not stuck and the pilot is able to land. This is good training. A good pilot is always training. This allows the pilot a couple of things. One, to get takeoff and landing experiences, because let's face it, a sortie involves one takeoff, one landing. But this allows you to get lots of circuits in, lots of training in. And don't forget, this is a trainer aircraft, but even the front line will still get in lots of takeoff and landing. Just because they're at a high level doesn't mean they stop training and practicing. This is what it's all about. Now, usually you'll see that if the Typhoon is doing another circuit, another approach, another circuit, then the gear will just stay down. If they go out of the circuit, which we've seen, the gear will go back up.
So there's the Portugal in the mountains.
And the other thing as well, touch and goes, which is what the pilot has been doing, does allow for, should you need to perform a genuine touch and go, there's something that could run across the runway, an animal, a vehicle, you know, you just never know. Something of, like, you know, anything could happen. A vehicle, another aircraft might have had a problem, a popped tyre perhaps. I know it's quite rare, but if you get lots of debris on the runway, then you're going to need to probably perform a touch and go. Bit of ordnance falling off an aircraft. So the pilot's landed, and for example, something on the runway. Things that when I've asked pilots about, you know, have they been involved in any type of, you know, sudden oh dear moments, there are pilots, I think it's a natural human thing to try to process the problem that just happened. There is, I think, is it Sully, that film Sully with Tom Hanks, they show that very thing. The plane's got an issue and he, for about, I don't know, was it 4 seconds to try to process and just assess the situation. He's basically in a paralyzed sort of thing, you know, trying to actually understand there is a issue, you know, and try to process it, and then you snap out of it and then you let the training kick in. I can't remember, there is actually a terminology for that. There is actually a word for that very scenario, which I think someone's going to let me know in a moment, I bet. Thank you very much if you do. Oh goodness, oh sorry, goodness me, it's absolutely freezing. So I'll see how long I can last today. All right, sorry if I can't do a full show, but it is really bad up here. With that wind chill, it's probably about 2 degrees, and that's not even exaggerating. Yeah, it's the true event that happened on the Hudson River. Yes, that's the one. And whoever did that movie must have done a bit of research on that, because it can happen. I've spoke to pilots before, but it's trying to snap out of that as quick as possible. Did they do that in that film with Denzel Washington called Flight? Did he do the same thing? I can't remember, but it is a real thing. And everything seems to happen in slow motion. They always say, you know, time is relative. We all experience time at different speeds. Matt Crossan, yes. The Typhoon's DASS system, the defensive aid subsystem, does a lot of this automatically, by the way, when it detects, because detecting infrared is a little bit different. You have MORS which detects, I mean, I'll show you in a moment. Oh, there's our Typhoon here. If I just show you my Typhoon, I haven't done much of a, mind you, it's been quite a action-packed day, hasn't it? So the Typhoon does have chaff and flare dispensers under here. Here we go. Let me just try to brighten that up. There we go. So yeah, you've got your chaff dispensers which are positioned here and here, and then you've got your flares here. Now don't forget, guided missiles, basically laser guided, or you know, those that are locked onto using a guided missile, if the Typhoon was under attack, it does have a defensive aid subsystem, the Praetorian system. Now the Typhoon does have like an invisible bubble, shall we say. There's a little dimple here, or pimple here. There's a defensive aid here. This is part of the MORS system, the missile approach warning, and this probe here that sticks out, and I think there's one here and here as well, and the ultra high frequency there, and the radome. You'll notice all these areas are a different grey. You cannot paint them, which is why, for those that have seen Blackjack, Moggy, Gina, even the new tribute to the El Dorado Canyon, the F-15, the nose is not painted black like the Aardvark would have been. You cannot paint that, because you will then jeopardize the performance of your battlefield radar and sensitive equipment that's used for the battlefield and to protect you. Now, as far as I know, anything that's firing from the ground infrared, the Typhoon, if I remember correctly, will distribute the flares automatically. It's not something that is potentially going to be picked up, although a lot of this is going to be classified, so I can only tell you what I've read in books and watching official videos. I don't speculate, and if that's something that I don't do. I'll only tell you facts, and also if I believe something, then I will say I believe or I think, okay, because I am not 100% sure, because I'm not in the Air Force, and of course, and I'm sure if you are in the Air Force, you probably can tell everyone all the tactics, which is true, but there you go. But I can only tell you what's all the fun stuff, right? And then you got chaff dispenser, bits of metal that will fool enemy radar, and you've also got your fibre optics towed decoy here, the Leonardo's bright cloud that sticks out here, and this tries to shrink the enemy's potential to grab you. The range actually shrinks enemy radar range as well, which is very clever, which is what the F-35 does very well. I believe. Oh, hello. Oh, hammer it down there, hammer it. Yes, listen to this. Listen to this. Yeah, go on, give it some. Beautiful engine. They did really well with that engine. The consortium MTU Aero ITP. Rolls-Royce. Typhoon airframe made in 4 different countries. That's the airframe, mind. There are, such as the probe. I mean, the landing gear is a company in France, Safran. So when I say the Typhoon made in 4 different countries, what I mean by that is the fact that the airframe is built in the 4 different countries. So left wing Italy, right wing Spain, the front cockpit Britain, the rear Britain, the centre section of the fuselage Germany. But the likes of the landing gear is a company, I believe, French, Safran. Forgot the name of the. I mean, there's parts made all over, right? But the main companies that own the Eurofighter are those 4 different countries: Italy, Britain, Spain, Germany. And you have the 4 main factories that build it, such as Airbus. Hello, Leonardo. Beautiful, isn't it? And then, yeah, you've got all the other companies: Leonardo, British Aerospace, BAE Systems, sorry. British Aerospace, sorry. BAE Systems, rather. Wow, look at it go. I love that wide shot, you know. I do love that. You can just see it there whisking away. Oh, hello. So yeah, we are in the official aircraft viewing area, the spotters car park. If the car park is full, which it's, well, there's still a bit of room. We always, please, just don't park outside. Double yellow lines, it's unsafe. That road is actually quite narrow, only just about fits 2 cars, and just park it in the town. It's £2 all day, and the first 2 hours are free if you're going to quickly just have a quick photo and come back. But £2 all day, man, and there are toilets there and all. And then just get yourself down here, innit? That was incredible. Hope you enjoyed that. Beautiful. Try to watch the 4 planes move if you can. Good on how they adjust. Cool, isn't it? Oh, hello. Oh, hello. Yeah! Beautiful. The wonderful EJ200 engines of the Typhoon, 20,200 pounds of thrust with reheat, or 13,500 pounds of thrust dry. It weighs 2,204 pounds, that's just under a ton. A length of 3.98 meters, that's just over 13 feet. So 8-stage annular compressor, twin spool, compresses air 26 to 1, bypass 0.4 to 1. Quite an amazing engine, really. Made by 4 different countries, as in it's a consortium: Rolls-Royce, MTU, Avio Aero and ITP Aero, so Britain, Germany, Spain and Italy. And they all make different parts, by the way. So I'm going to pick ITP Aero, which makes the nozzle, the jet pipe, the exhaust diffuser, the bypass duct, the external dressing. Rolls-Royce make the combustion system, the high pressure turbine and the engine health management system, just for example. Might as well give you the others as well. MTU, who make up 30% of the consortium, and they make the low pressure and high pressure compressor, the digital engine control system and monitoring unit. Avio Aero make the low pressure turbine reheat system and the air oil system as well. So some good stuff, isn't it? Nowadays. There's the refueling probe that is going to be checked, so they may have done some air-to-air refueling. So after that, they will need to have that checked to make sure it hasn't sustained any damage, because at the end of the day, it is a organised collision, and the probe is covered in a lot of sensors. Sorry, it might have sensors and feelings. But yeah, they need to check the sensors out. If it comes into land already deployed, the refueling probe, then it's got damage to it, it's got stuck. I'll be right back. I just had to grab a quick cup of tea. Mag's all sorted. How we doing, ladies, gents, steady rounds? Hope you're all enjoying it today. It's certainly been a good one. That 4 ship was good, wasn't it? And it's always nice to see reheats. You know how it is. It's always good there and up. EP65, how you doing? Dieter, David Robinson, Davey, Christopher Neal, all to you. Really good. Here we go, 2 ship time. See the 4 planes there. Have a rewind of that. Absolutely wicked to see. Planes on that last one that landed, real cool, all automatic. And the 4 planes, they do need to be calibrated as well, because the Typhoon doesn't have any elevators. I'll show you how it all works in just a moment, but it doesn't have any elevators, so the which are normally on the, you know, the stabilizer sorry, the horizontal stabes, the elevators at the back, next to the tail. So they have 4 planes instead, which control the angle of attack, the pitch. So if the 4 planes point up, it pushes the nose up. 4 planes downwards position, it bunts the aircraft, so it dips downwards. It does, and it can be used as a speed brake as well. So the Typhoon's 4 planes, as I was saying, they are calibrated, they are checked to make sure they are not out by any form of degrees. Even half a degree, it needs to be 0.0, because that would affect it. They are synchronized, so they work together. Not one goes higher than the other, shall we say. They don't work individually like some canards, but these are what we call 4 planes on the Typhoon. The 4 planes there. I'm going to try and do some slow-mo stuff on that, and then the 4 planes will go into a downwards position. warplanes, along with the leading edge slats, because of the amount of G's and pressure, as you can imagine, they are made of titanium. I'll give you a little show off my diagram of what it's all made out of in just a moment. That's if the wind doesn't blow it out of my hands. Matt Stringer, yeah, absolutely. Desert Strike and Jungle Strike. Desert Strike, my favourite all time. I love the music on that. Down, 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 down. I love that. And Jungle Strike was cool. You get to on Jungle Strike, I used to love the way they did that nighttime strike with the F-117s, right? Do you remember that? I used to love turning the lights off when I was a kid and just pretending I was flying a real F-117. I love it. Well, we've had an excellent day, we've had a cracking day. Really loved the foreship there. That was a great formation into the break. Absolutely incredible stuff. Yeah, I mean, for those who tuned in earlier this morning, who heard me over talk about the experimental aircraft program of EAP of British Aerospace, that was pretty cool, wasn't it? That really brought out, I mean, you can see the similarities on the design of the EAP. It's absolutely incredible. That was in, I believe that was around 1982. The project, of course, eventually became the Eurofighter. In fact, it did have other names, Fighter of Europe, the European Fighter, had lots of names with that. But when it took its first flight in March of 1994 in Germany, the name Typhoon wasn't given until 1998. It was September at Farnborough Air Show that it was given in the same format, or shall we say genre of names, that same style of names in the wind phenomena. So hurricane, so we got hurricane, tornado, that kind of thing, and they kept that with, and also tempest, any weather phenomenons, and they went along with calling it Typhoon. Not all countries call it that because they have their own designation. This is not a modern thing. This has been the case since, from my sources that I've read, all the way back to the Second World War at least. I don't know about the interwar period, but for example the A-20 Havoc in the Royal Air Force, that was called the Boston. The B-17 was called the Boeing Fortress, Marks 1s, 2 and 3, etc. In the Royal Air Force. The B-29s in the Royal Air Force were actually called Boeing Washingtons, so on and so on. I believe there's also different names for the same type of aircraft between US Navy and United States Air Force. If that, I'm not too knowledgeable about the United States Navy, and I do apologize. It's not a, it's not a choice thing. It's just I haven't, when do we? Maybe at air shows, that's probably when I will. Thanks a lot, Davey, for that. It's something that we don't come across that often, shall we say, United States Navy aircraft, especially of World War II, okay? And that would be the reasons behind that. But the Typhoon, here in the Royal Air Force, is called the Typhoon FGR4. In Germany, it's called the Eurofighter EF2000. In Spain, the single-seater, the coupe sport version, is called the C16 Typhoon, and the two-seater family version is called the CE16. I believe the E, I can't remember, I forgot the name, Spanish, I should know that for trainer. But anyway, CE16 is the trainer. In Italy, another different name, it's called the F2000A Tifone. That's it, you know what I mean? So they use F2000A. So again, when you read certain articles, they should word it and say an F2000 is a type of Eurofighter, or an FGR4 is a type of Eurofighter, that kind of thing. So ultimately is a Eurofighter. That was the original, but they gave it the name Eurofighter Typhoon in '98. Darren WS, Oii to you, Christopher Carr, Doncaster Laz, Perez, Matman Bush, Margot, Davey, EP65, how are we all doing? Chris Bloxham, yes, Jungle Strike was amazing. Bobby, browsing the TCS store. There's a few more new things that will just pop up. There's some new lines in there, some new Ted Coningsby official merchandise. So don't forget to have a look. Dita, how you doing? Christopher Carr, what up? Oh, hello, you alright? How's it going? Okay.
Yeah, good.
You alright?
Yeah, do you want a cuppa?
I'd love one, yes.
Which one?
Milk and two, yes, that would be amazing. Thank you. Yes, indeed, that's called NATO style. How you doing? All right?
All right. I've seen you before.
You okay?
I'm in one of your videos, walking the dog behind you.
All right.
We've been there a few times. Do you know?
Do I know?
Because of what you do you know when they're
No.
due to come in?
No.
So
You just turn up and just see what happens.
it's my other half says, oh, perhaps we're having the dinner, but a lot have come in and gone back up.
Yeah, well, most of them are returning back. Loads went out this morning, so they've just coming back.
It's gone a bit dead, isn't it?
Yeah, because they're all coming back. There's a lot that went out this morning.
Yeah.
So they'd come back.
What's the furthest to go?
Oh, I couldn't tell you. I don't know. As far as they want, really. As long as they got fuel and air-to-air tankers to refuel them, they'll just go as long as they want.
We were here last October, and I did see somewhere that they were refuelling
Yep.
down Cornwall way.
Yep.
Is that possible?
Yeah. Anything's possible. They do what they need to do. Cool. Enjoy. And that is it. That's the way military is, and that's the way it should be. We shouldn't know. That's the way it should be. It really is. I know. Military aviation is a different kettle of fish, as they say, or a different kettle of salmon, or a different river of salmon. You know, it is the nature of it. It should be like that. It's been like that forever, and it should always be. We should be really privileged to be able to even view, yet alone film and you know, take photos of aircraft. It's not publicised, no timings are publicised, we'd never know. I don't know any info, and if someone even did tell me the info, it's just like, for those that know what it's like out there, just take it like a pinch of salt, you know. But of course, I like it that way. It should be that way. You never know what you're going to get. Treat it like fishing. Turn up, let the guys and girls do their job. You know, there's a lot of people out there that seem to think that they have the right to know, and it's like, no. You turn up and hope for the best. They're doing their job, and we're just enjoying it. We're enjoying the fun aviation side, but the military side, which of course you need to be of course mindful of that as well. And we can do, you know, a bit of protection back here as well, to look out for those that shouldn't be here. If you know what I'm getting at. Sadly, we live in that day and age now. We live in that world where all sorts are going on, and we do our very best to alert should we need to, and of course do take care of yourself out there as well. There are but there we go. And you know, it's an honour to have men and women that make that choice to serve our country, to go and do that thing, and it's something to be proud of, and being proud of them must give them a big boost when we're there waving and you know, waving flags at them and waving and cheering them on. That must be a big boost as well on that side of things. But we need to do it in a you know, very reserved way as well, in a mindful way. You know, don't block the crash gates, don't start climbing fences, resting your ladder on the fence, that kind of thing. Here we go. We'll probably just do this wave as it's quite nasty out here, I'll be honest with you. But before we think about finishing up, let's see if we can get 1,000 likes before we finish the show today. Tripod down. So a bit of a crosswind going on. Right. Let's go and grab a quick cup of tea. Typhoons, goodness me, he's nearly took an unexpected flight. You don't. So weird. afternoon, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Hope you're all good. Ted Coningsby channel live here at RAF Coningsby. And thanks everyone who's tuned in today. Richard Blount, thank you very much for your 33 months membership. A Guards March to you. Not Captain V, but who's here live. Thank you very much for the cup of tea. Thank you very much. NATO staff, thank you very much also for your 3 years of Ted Coningsby membership. Great milestone to achieve. Been an awesome 3 years, brilliant people, and get to see my Guards March in person. Where is she? Are you watching? No, she hasn't. There's a bit of a delay, you see. Is she watching the Guards March? Hang on, we're going to wait. Ted's waiting. It's your Guards March. There you go. You can see it in person. There you go. Chili B, thank you very much for your 22 months of membership. Oi, oi, hello all. Guards March to you. Belly Bobcat, thank you very much for the super. A Guards March. Julie Ann, high five and a paw pump. Thank you so much for your super. Thank you so much for that. Thank you for everything you do, Ted, Nikos, and the mods. You are very much appreciated by all of us. Julianne, thank you very much. A salute for that super chat. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. Bobby as well, high five there from Ted for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. A Guards March to you. And Cox, thank you very much for the super, for a cup of tea. Thank you very much, Anne. Richard B840, congratulations as well for your 2 years membership as well. Adrian Anderson, how you doing as well? Oi to you, Dieter, Dave Earl. Hope we're all good and well. Right, just going to go on a quick break in just a sec. I think that's them all back. So I'm just going to wait a little bit now. Right, I'm just going to have a quick break, be right back.
I know you were looking supposed to a minute ago, weren't you? In the car.
we doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? Just had to have a quick break there. Hope we're all good and well. Welcome to the show. And we're still here. We're still going strong. Sorry about that. I had to just have a little break there and out. Oh, bless your heart, Pete Lawrenson. Thank you very much, man. My my buddy that we climbed Mount Everest together, didn't we, Pete? Surely, Pete. Surely, Pete. Hope you're good, mate. I'll have to, do you know, somewhere I've got a EAP model. I haven't built it. I'm pretty sure it's an EAP. Or did I get the other version? There was another, let me have a, hang on, let me just check before I tell you some false information. I can't remember if there was an EAP Airfix model, if I remember buying one. Was there one? Or am I imagining it? Or was this some sort of Eurofighter or European fighter project, EFP? I can't, do you know what? I'm gonna go and find it when I go home. I've got an old school, I think it was some kind of early production project from the, yeah, sorry, I don't even know what I'm talking about here. I'm pretty sure that Airfix or some company did some kind of prototype kit, and I can't remember what it was. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm going to go and find it and find out which one it is, because does anyone know what I'm talking about? was there a type of Eurofighter that Airfix made, or it could have been Revel? But it wasn't. It was like an EAP. I'd like to say it was. It looked like a very early production Typhoon. I'm going to see if I can find it at home. I'm probably going to be completely wrong. Davey's got a photo, hang on, little update from Davey, hang on mate, let's have a look. I wonder if it was that one. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've got some, I'm pretty sure a company, I don't know, maybe it wasn't Airfix, but a type of model company made an EAP, and I might have it. I'm gonna have a look when I get home. I actually thought it was Airfix in really old school painted box, but I'm gonna have a look. Maybe I don't know what I'm talking about at the moment. Was it combat kits, was it? Yeah, it could have been that one. I'm gonna have a look when I get home. Hobby Boss, yeah, that looks pretty cool. That looks good. Hobby Boss, yeah, man. that's all the Typhoons that are back now. There's just a quick guide. I'll make this a little bit brief today, but for those that are new to the Typhoon concept, again, if you want to take a little takeaway from it, but the green is Italy, right wing Spain, left wing Italy, so the color coordinated there, look, so you can see who makes what. This is the exterior of the airframe. Some fun facts there for you to have a look at. There's about 30 kilometers of cabling going on right across here, which is amazing. That's quite a lot of cable. There are 6 bolts that hold the wings into position on the fuselage. The engine equivalent to 150,000 horsepower equivalent. That's about 1,000 Ferraris. I do like that takeaway. The fuel consumption is about 1.6 litres per second dry, just standard, or 6 litres per second with afterburner. That's 360 litres per minute, if you want to put that into perspective. Only 15% of the surface is metal, giving it a very low radar cross section. It is what's classed a 4.5 generation jet. Leonardo's flight control system, the quadruplex system, a fly-by-wire split into 4 lanes, a design that stems back to the end of the Cold War, late 60s, 70s, an idea where countries put together. France were involved in the original concept. They did, however, want a naval operated version for their navy, but the other 4 countries did not want that, and they did their own thing. But there you go. Leonardo does the fly-by-wire. It is Supercruise capable. Mach speed just over Mach 2. The Supercruise speed is around 1.1, 1.2 Mach, which is amazing. So it can go supersonic without the need for afterburner, which is absolutely amazing. 1.2 Mach, that's amazing. 8 internal fuel tanks, that's 11,000 pounds of fuel. The EJ200 weighs just under 1,000, so basically a ton. 1.2 to 1 thrust to weight ratio, which is absolutely amazing. If we have a look at the parts that it's made, as I mentioned, 85% basically gives it around with all the goodies that it has on it. It does have radar absorbing material in sections and parts where there'll be quite a high radar return. Some of the highest radar returns that you're going to get is inside the cockpit and inside the intakes, and there are things that they've done to get rid of that. So anything white, that's your carbon fiber composites. So the radome here and the defensive aids subsystem, they're all going to be in this fiberglass, because you want it basically a form of transparency, able to not be affecting any of the aid system and the radar and the ECR. There's aluminium as well on parts as well. The actual canopy has some aluminium. There's titanium alloy, where you might expect a lot of G's to be pulled. The leading edge slats, the foreplanes, and of course even the fairing flaps. And for those that like to know how many of these lovely titanium fairing flaps, there's actually 12 on each nozzle, in case you really wanted to know that. But there you go with that. So there's our Typhoon engine, which is an EJ200 engine, for those that like to know. Just again, we spoke about the engines before, the 4 companies, a 3-stage low pressure, compressing the air 4.2 to 1, then it goes all the way to 26 to 1, compressing that air. So it goes in at 1 bar, and then now it's like pressurized to 26, gets combusted, boom, it meets the turbines here, high pressure and a low pressure, and then you've got a different section, a reheat chamber here to produce the reheat, which, well, generates 30% more, well, a lot more fuel consumption, but way over 30% more power to go with that as well. So that's our EJ200 engine. Those are the manufacturers. The consortium is probably the right word, that make up Eurojet, and that's the engine. There's a couple of takeaways that you can have here. Airflow 75 to 77 kilos per second of fuel. Air. I need to make sure that's air. Bypass is 0.4 to 1 is the ratio, so quite a low bypass, really. Oh, look at that, a bit of TEDx going on. I might auction that, I don't know, maybe. But there we go. I'm going to do the Typhoon tour a little bit more brief than I normally do it today. Don't know when the next departures are going to be, we never know, but I'll give it till 1 o'clock. It is a bit nasty out here. But yes, welcome to the Typhoon. Again, you got 4 planes here. You got the ASA, the Captor E is the latest and greatest that's been installed in all our Typhoons. You've got the S-duct system where the air goes in, but S-duct means it's shaped like a letter S. The F-35 has what's called a serpentine one, and the reason why you do that is to hide the heat signature from the compressor blades. You've got a splitter here to take away the supersonic air and the boundary layer. If it wasn't so cold, I actually brought deliberately some water that I can pour to show you the boundary layer. 13 hard points. You've got, there's the probe for air-to-air refueling. There's the Pyra IRST infrared search and track, which can basically for nighttime infrared search and track. So IRST infrared search and track. It's not FLIR, but it does FLIR. Okay, so FLIR, forward-looking infrared. Forward-looking, that's it, but infrared search and track means that it's constantly searching and tracking in the cover of darkness if it needs to. If you've seen the film Predator, classic, it has different filters, not the filters on your phone for a selfie, different types of filters where it can see in high definition at night. It works with the mounted display unit, the specialized helmet that the pilot can see right through the Typhoon. I mean, to give you an idea, along with the ASA, the active electronic scanned array, the latest, you're looking at what's called a BVR, beyond visual range, which means it can lock onto targets 160 kilometers away, and larger aircraft 300 kilometers away, prioritize on 6 of the 20 to 30 targets. It is an aircraft that can constantly search and track. You've got your air brake here, you've got the BK 27mm Mauser cannon. Muzzle velocity is about 11,000 meters per second. Yeah, a delta wing, as you can see, they are dihedral. I don't know if you can see the wings, look, they curve upwards. Look, I never noticed that, and it wasn't that long ago that I noticed that. Something that that didn't notice before, but you've got cowlings here that are variable. This little exhaust looking thing here, that's called the RAM heat exchanger. Basically, with loads of reheat being used, the engines need cooling down, so this is a RAM heat exchanger to cool down the engine, so lots of reheats during a display, so this will be working over time. This little bit here, that's where the fuel vents out. You'll see fuel being vented out sometimes on performance takeoffs or in negative G. It does that for good reason, so you don't get any fuel airlocks in there and starve the engine of fuel. This is part of the MAWS system, the missile approach warning system, this little nib or probe that sticks out. It's part of the Praetorian defensive aid subsystem, so these bits here, there's a little pimple here, there's a couple back here and here. They're not on this one actually, I wonder if they're on my other model. It forms like a bubble and basically a what's the word I'm looking for, survivability for the Typhoon and its pilot. This is where a decoy comes out, made by Leonardo. We spoke about the chaff dispensers here and here, and then the flares that come out here. You've got your arresting hook here as well. 13 hard points in total. You've got one for the center line drop tank. You can have another drop tank on each side, so that's 10 left, so you can basically have 5 on each side, 2 here on the inside ridge here, and then 3 on the wings, from storm shadows to all sorts of paveways to all kinds of GBUs, etc. A fantastic multi-role aircraft. This little smudge here, that's where your soot comes out. It's like the auxiliary power unit exhaust, so just burnt fuel smudging away there. Yeah, if you've got any questions about the Typhoon and its capabilities, certain parts that you're not sure of, do fire away. Oh, that's the one, the EFA. Yeah, it's the EFA, Martin Axtell. That's the one. That is the one. EFA. That is the one. EFA. It wasn't early. It's a really old school one. Let me see if I can find the box for it. If I've got it. Yeah, this is the one. I've got it. I found it. This is the one I've got. This is it. Fair play. That one. This is the one I've got. Look at this. I don't know if you can see that. That one there. Can you see that? That's the one. That's it. And I think I've got another early production one as well. Yeah, I thought I was going bonkers then. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's it. When I get home, I'll get you a photo of that one. But that's I think I'm 99.9% sure that is the one that I've got at home. How cool is that, eh? So we'll give it to about 1 o'clock. I'll see if there's anything going out. If not, we'll it's very bitter out here. EP65, yes, most likely. Cool. I didn't know Rebel did one. I'm gonna, when I get home, I'm gonna go and have a look. Teddy, you're right, mate. And Christopher, how you doing? Can I please get a little shout out for Chloe from Ted? Of course can. She's sitting year 6 SATs at primary school all this week, ready for high school. Good luck, Chloe. Good luck, Chloe, from Teddy. There he is, wishing Chloe all the best for her SATs at primary school. Off Teddy goes. Teddy Bears, Ted Coningsby channel. Just finishing up from today. A great morning. I nearly had something funny there to show you. I nearly had a crow trying to climb up that ladder that's over there. So let me just get my phone. Just trying to see if I can spot the Voyager from Bryce Norton. Should be. Yeah, just about seen it. Yes. That was awesome, by the way. I know you didn't get to see that, but I saw the shadow. It looked really, really cool. never mind. Let's take a little pop shot through this one, shall we? Teddy, dragging us in time. So if you haven't done so already, don't forget to hit the like button. If you haven't done so already, we're almost at 1,000 likes. We are going to be finishing up very shortly. So we're just going to wrap things up and get ready for the next one. Yeah, it looks like we're just doing a ground run. Well, meanwhile, we do have a Typhoon just been towed. Position for the next sortie for this one. Again, so they'll tow aircraft for various reasons, for work, to be used by another squadron, to be washed, to have something fitted to it, upgrades, anything. One of the misconceptions that it's that we get quite a lot, that it's poorly. It's not the case, although they will tow a Typhoon where needed, but usually if they can do that at the hangars near here, then they'll do that, so be it. Okay, lights, thank you very much. We are good to go. Let me just check on this food. No ground crew, so we're going to call it. So it'll be a while, and it hasn't been the nicest of weather, but at least we got a show, haven't we? Right? We've managed to get a show today. We just. I'm so glad I didn't stick to my original one, because today I was supposed to go to the I was going to do some go to an LFA today, but with the weather being like it is, I'm glad I didn't. That's me done. Steve's got the right idea. He's finished now. Yep, we're done as well, Ted. Ted, let's call it, mate. We've got a couple of guards marches to do to you lovely, lovely fans of ours. Thank you so much. Ted and I are just finishing up for the day. I hope you've enjoyed it. Thanks for getting us to 1,000 likes. And Alan Q, thank you very much for the super. A guards march to you. Rob Kennard, high five, thank you so much for your super. Thank you once again from those of us who are unable to be there in person. Awesome stream as always. Thank you so much, Rob Kennard, our good friend there from Devon. Well, that's us done. It's been, I'll tell you what, it's been a... Thanks, Steve. See you later, man. It's been an absolutely brilliant day. Steve's got the right idea. It's really, it's not the best weather today, but we're done now. So thank you very much. Look at the state of that. Actually, it's not too bad. It's actually brushed my hair back into position. So thank you very much, everyone who's tuned in today, the Ted Coningsby channel. It's been great having you all. Big shout out to RAF Coningsby. Thank you so much for looking after our skies, whether you're on the ground or departing and flying. Thank you very much. All roles at RAF Coningsby and everyone at QRA, thank you very much. And all our fans and viewers, thank you so much. Members as well, thank you so much for all your support. My name's Nikos, I've been your cameraman and commentator. This is Squadron Leader Ted Coningsby. You've been watching the Ted Coningsby channel live here at RAF Coningsby. So for the last time for today, it is see you soon. Wish you well. Let's wish Steve goodbye as well. Bless him. Feeding the nation there. See you later, everyone. Take care and be good. Oh yeah, ladies, sheds and teddy bears, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel membership. I'm Nikos, I'm your cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. Just want to say a massive thank you to all our members. Guns up and oh yeah. Take it away, Ted. Ladies, sheds and teddy bears, we want to say a massive thank you to all of our subscribers for getting us to where we are today. We have gone all over the country, from as far as Lossiemouth to Bryce Norton, and military areas such as air weapons ranges, low flying areas, heritage centres and special flights for TED 2. We cannot do this without your support, and your support will be rewarded. You can now join the Ted Coningsby Squadron and help fund the channel to get us around the country and provide us with the funds for equipment to bring you better content too. We have 3 levels of membership to suit everyone. With your membership, you'll get access to members only videos, photos, posts, unlock special Ted Coningsby YouTube emojis and loyalty badges, as well as being able to access our exclusive members only Discord server. All membership levels reward you with discounts to our online store. Our top level fighter squadron was inspired by many of our fans who supported the channel massively. This is more of a personal experience with me and Ted, giving you exclusive live streams and content from behind the scenes photos, special info and updates, as well as a free Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron patch for joining. Whichever membership level suits you, we want to say a massive thank you for choosing to join the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Ah, yeah.